Yo, yo. What's happening? It is Thursday, August 17th, 2023. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live.
Bing bang.
That's it. That is definitely it.
Bing bang.
Good morning. So there we have it. A brand new Guns N' Roses song. We just played a brand new Guns N' Roses song at the top of the show.
Interesting song. I mean, it's nice to see he still has a register. There was a time I never thought he would sing again. So
The song is called, if you are just tuning in and you missed it just a couple of minutes ago, it's called Perhaps, brand new song from Guns N' Roses. Here's just a little taste if you missed it a second ago. It kind of reminds me of November Rain, like they're trying to do another November Rain.
I feel that slower feel.
Hi. Oh, I gotta clear my throat a little bit. It's too early for Axl's register.
Yeah, I think it probably took him 150 takes.
Yeah, I wonder. I always wonder that how many takes it took for them to get it right. Because I record music in my house, and sometimes I'll do 50 takes to get it right.
And it's like, what Pink Floyd song is it? You know the intro or outro better than me, but the one where they go like, which Pink Floyd song is that? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head.
But the whole idea is that you probably did 100 takes of that, and that was the best take, and it still had a little snot McGillicuddy.
I have a feeling
in
that
there.
was left in by creative choice. I don't know why. Back then, things were a little different.
Like, oh yes, that was
It's
me
different.
getting ready for greatness.
But yeah, what do you think of the new Guns N' Roses song, Perhaps, that it just debuted a few minutes ago here on The Brew? I did get one text message from 8826, and all it says is, that new Guns N' Roses song sucks.
Oh, so they didn't love it.
They weren't fans, but
I think
just
if it
one
came out
person.
in like 2000 or something around there where the fans were so hungry for it, I might have had a little more traction.
yeah, was this take 50 for Axl?
It's got to be.
I mean, he doesn't sound terrible. He just sounds like Axl. But here's the thing. For me, I've never loved Axl Rose's voice by itself. I just, all of it together is great.
Yeah.
But to me, he doesn't sound that much different than when he did back then. It's just, is the song
Maybe
as
the
good?
song isn't holding the same water as they did back in the day.
Yeah, what do you think? 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line. You can also shoot us a talkback message if you're rocking us on the iHeartRadio app. Download it for your phone today.
Think about if we get a biography on this guy, though. When it's all said and done, all those years where we don't know what he was doing in that mansion.
Yeah.
Oh, man, if he tells us, I don't know if he'll tell.
I would love to see a Guns N' Roses movie someday. The band has spoken about that, and they said that the reason they haven't signed off on it yet, and they've been approached many times, is because they're worried about how they're going to be portrayed.
Because they were rock stars in the A-hole days, too.
Right.
You got to think about
Right.
there's just hundreds of women and, used and sent away, like drugs galore. What was positive about 10 years of it?
I think there's an urban legend of what the spaghetti incident is.
And is that surrounded around more
I can't tell you on the air.
absolutely inappropriate behavior?
Have you ever heard that story?
I'm sure if you told me.
Here, I'm going to turn the mics off, and I'm just going to give you a little taste of it, and then
Okay.
we'll hear your reaction. The story was that for him.
Gross. That is so nasty.
Spaghetti incident.
And it makes total sense now. It really does. It puts new context to the album, and I'll probably go back and listen.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Really break down the lyrics this time.
Well, there you go. New Guns N' Roses song. We're going to be playing it off and on all day today, so if you missed it, we'll play it again later. I think at 9 o'clock this morning I'm going to play it again.
Nice.
So you'll be able to hear
you can
that.
only imagine the subject matter behind this one.
Yeah. It's called Perhaps. Like maybe perhaps I shouldn't have gone home with her.
Or perhaps I shouldn't have had the spaghetti.
That's going to be it. It could be it. Fat Thor says, I didn't think it was bad at all. I kind of enjoyed it. The only thing that upset me was the only thing that pissed me off was holding up the shell. What? What are you talking about?
Shell.
Sometimes I don't get
Like
it.
the conch? Like, what's going on? What kind of shell are you holding, bro? Is this, I don't know. Is he watching Moana?
I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's going over our heads and somebody else
Yeah.
knows.
It's like, you guys don't get the holding of the shell? I'm sure there's some, maybe there's an old legend about him and a shell or something. I wouldn't be surprised. He wore a rope for a decade.
All right, coming up later on this morning, we've got another pair of tickets to go see Bush. They're going to be at the Oregon State Fair coming up on the 25th of this month. You could be there too. Get yourself a Pronto Pup and some popcorn like an elf in ear and watch some Bush.
Sounds amazing.
The band, you freaks. Also coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to play the 4, get somebody qualified for a brand new Lazy Boy standby. D. It's 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Of course, we are streaming video now on the website. You can check out Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Spycam feed.
Yeah.
At 1059thebrew.com. So if you're listening to it in the car, once you get to work, you can still listen and watch.
Yeah, it makes it pretty simple.
We also have daily video clips loaded to our social media pages. Follow us at 1059 The Brew or at Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, coming up in a few minutes. Actually, hold on. Let me stop this.
Hold it.
Let me stop this. Yesterday, I was talking about how my air conditioning went out this week.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, it died. It was 100. So it got to 108 on Monday, 106 on Tuesday in Portland.
Only the hottest day in forever.
Inside my house, it was about 88 degrees, 89 degrees yesterday when I got home.
Mm-hmm.
And I had yesterday we had a guy who works for an HVAC company call us and say, hey, I can help.
Which is a miracle because it's almost impossible to get an appointment.
Exactly. I was freaking out about it. Like, is it going to be a week or two?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he came over yesterday. Was he able to fix my unit?
Oh.
I will tell you.
Uh-oh.
And if so, how much did I have to pay?
Okay.
All that's coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll actually talk to Darren, who was over at my house. Before that, though, Drew's got sports. What do you got?
Things are heating up in the Pac-12 at minicamp. We'll tell you what happened to Colorado.
That's coming up right after the Pumpkins at 6:25 on The Brew.
Well, it's going to be super weird this year since it is the last year of the Pac-12 as we know it, and since there's a number associated to it, it's just the end of the Pac-12. Now, when it comes down to what we're going to do after this season, I feel like all that's got to get put on the back burner because there's one more championship to be won, and Colorado is taking it serious. Deion Sanders, prime time. Most people know this guy. He was like MC Hammer's best friend in the 90s. He was multiple Super Bowl champion. He's a football and baseball professional, and now he's the head coach of Colorado. Now, I guess at practice, there was a scuffle and between a couple of players because you're scrimmaging against your own guys, and some other guys walked away from the scuffle. You would think that a coach would praise this behavior for not acting like a meathead. Deion's old school. He's upset. He says, we all need to stick together.
I seen two of y'all walking off over there, and you got to keep teammate fighting. What they do that at?
Nowhere. Nowhere.
What they do that at?
Not
here. In one fight, we all fight. You understand that?
No, sir.
I don't want to see y'all walking off when somebody's fight.
Yes, sir.
Never again.
Pretty aggressive out of Deion.
Nowhere.
What was he saying?
What they do that at?
Not here.
What was he saying?
Where they do that at?
Where they do that?
Where they do that at?
Not here.
I got it.
In one fight, we all fight.
Got it.
He's intense, and nice to see him moving around. He almost had his foot amputated due to blood clots not too long ago. Maybe he could relax just a tiny bit. And finally, Bo Nix. He's the quarterback at Oregon. Do you remember way back in the day, Joey Harrington? They were making a Heisman campaign for him, so they put a giant entire side of a building in New York as a Joey Harrington picture. Well, they've done the same thing for Bo Nix. Going to try and push for a Heisman and maybe a national championship. Maybe it's high hopes, but it's early and all teams can do it. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up in about an hour from now, we've got another pair of tickets to go see Bush at the Oregon State Fair coming up on the 25th. Also, coming up next, we're going to talk to Darren. He's the guy who came to look at my air conditioning yesterday.
Yeah.
Was he able to get it working, or did I just sit in that heat?
Oh.
We'll tell you after Blue Oyster Cult. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Got something to say? Send us a message anytime using the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app. You're waking up with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Happy Thursday. We got tickets to go see Bush coming up in 1 hour. We'll play we'll play It Happened in Florida actually today.
Nice.
On the phone right now, though, I got Darren, who is the air conditioning and heating specialist who came to my house yesterday to fix my AC.
You were in a dire situation.
Dude, Tuesday, if you missed yesterday's show, I talked about it. Tuesday, my AC went out. I got home at like 2 in the afternoon on Tuesday, and it was just under 90 degrees in my house. And I got like a 3-story house. It's on a hill. Mm-hmm. And so downstairs was pretty hot. The basement. Upstairs
unbearable
was a desert.
I bet, dude, because the heat rises in those houses, and if it's not, that AC, when the AC's going, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But when it's off, oh man, you're torched.
I actually slept downstairs that night because it was so hot, and even then I was miserable. But Darren, who called the show yesterday, because I was worried that everyone's got problems right now with their heaters and air conditioning units, and driving home from work, I can just see all the vehicles on the road, like blah, 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 heating and cooling, blah, 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 AC specialists, da-da-da-da-da.
Out in force.
Yeah, the trucks are all over the road. So I was kind of freaking out, like, man, it's going to be a week or two before, maybe even longer before I can get somebody to come over and look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, Darren, called the show yesterday and came to my rescue. Darren, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
It's going well, my friend. He works for Northwest Commercial Heating. They've been in Portland for at least 40 years, maybe more.
40?
It's a family business.
Company my grandpa started years ago.
That's amazing. Great. He used to come up to your house on a horse.
Yeah, right. Yeah, a horse and pulling a carriage
buggy,
or something.
Yeah, the whole thing.
But they've got some, since they've been in town for so long, they've got some pretty big clients, things like that.
That's cool.
He took time out of his day. He already, by the time he came to my house at noon, how many jobs had you been to that morning already?
Yours would have been number 4.
And that's midday. That's lunch.
That's midday. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After that, he went and had to be on the roof of a building in downtown Portland fixing an AC unit.
Oh my God.
And how was that yesterday? Because it got to, I think, 105, right?
It was hot.
Yeah, I think so up there. And, when you're on the roof around some of those, inner parapet walls, it gets even hotter because there's not much wind blowing around.
Right. So he comes over to my house. I'm freaking out because I really don't know exactly what's going on with my AC. It could be a $14,000 job. It could be a couple $100. I don't know. Darren was able to look at it. What say you, Dr. Darren? AC Doc Darren?
You had a bad capacitor. Beefwater was hit the nail on the head there, along with a couple other folks that called in. But,
right.
Yeah, the heat just eats these capacitors up.
Beef is power fisting in traffic somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere near the bridge from Vancouver. He's just pumping that arm.
Because I told my neighbor what Beef said, and my neighbor's like, no, that's not it.
Yeah.
And then like 20 minutes later, he's like, actually, that might be it. And so Casey wanted to know. I wanted my neighbor to know, especially that he was right.
Confirmation, baby.
Right. So, Darren, I got to tell you, Darren from Northwest Commercial Heating actually charged, I'm not going to say exactly what he charged me, but it's very reasonable. Mm-hmm. And he was there for about 20 minutes. It took like 5 hours for the place to cool off because it was so hot. It was like 88 degrees yesterday in my house.
Mm-hmm. And it's so hard to find that great, hardworking guy who's also, going to give you a fair price. So you got lucky.
How many more jobs did you have to do yesterday after you came to my house?
After I left yours, I think I hit 4 more on my way back into Sandy, Oregon.
Wow.
It's a busy day.
So a 9-popper for the day.
So what can people do to make sure that what happened to me doesn't happen to them? The capacitor went out on my AC. What can people do to prevent things like that from happening in this kind of heat?
So the biggest thing that's going to be helpful when we get into these high temperatures would maybe, making sure that outdoor coil is washed and clean. We have a lot of cottonwood around here, and if your unit looks like a cotton ball sitting out on the side of your house, that's exactly what's going to start popping these capacitors. Now, capacitors do sometimes just fail, and when it gets this hot, they do just go bad, whether your coil's clean or not. But having that coil cleaned is a huge, huge deal. And when we get this hot, you can also set up a little sprinkler just to cascade a little water over the outside of that
Oh.
unit, and that's going to help it a ton.
I didn't even
So
think
it
about
doesn't
that.
matter with the water hitting the unit.
Because they're built to withstand all
through
the
the
You
rain.
elements.
don't really
Yeah.
want it to spray right at the fan, but that unit's designed to sit outside, and the temperature it's designed to sit out in the rain, so you're
Okay.
not going to hurt it at all.
All right.
Sounds good.
And now, how can people clean it? Just take a hose to this, like to the, to the the vents.
Or a leaf blower? What's the plan?
Yeah, so you're going to want to get a hose and just light pressure. You don't want to go too hard of pressure because it's kind of like a radiator in your car. You don't want to bend those fins over. Now you've really ruined the coil. So you
Dang.
can always get a little Simple Green, biodegradable Simple Green, spray it down, and just hose nice and easy, from the top to bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, Simple Green. It's the stuff people used to clean their bong with.
Right.
But it also works on an
There
AC
you go.
unit.
But in this heat, you say those capacitors go up. It's pretty common for them to just blow in this kind of weather.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Customers that I'm there once a year to change a capacitor, and I have some customers that I've never had to change it out.
Mhm.
And
crazy.
you notice it a lot more when it gets hot outside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
and
is the worst of the year.
It seems like it has to do with the product because my neighbor just had to change his last month. And both of our houses were built in 2012.
It's all the same
Yeah,
game right there.
It's all the same. So I think it's like, oh, it's just this heat.
It couldn't take
It
it.
just couldn't take it. My guess is my neighbor to the left is going to have the same thing happen to them.
And with that heat, man, I just go out and I can't do anything but talk sweet to mine.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't you dare go out on me now. Maybe in September I could handle it, but not right now.
He's a really great
Oh, yeah, you
dude.
gotta make them feel good.
Northwest Commercial Heating and Air Conditioning was the name of the company. They're great. They do a lot of commercial stuff. So if you need something that done. Also, Darren's wife has got everyone's got a hustle, right? And which I love because I don't have a hustle. Like I need to have a side hustle. I feel like.
We're another income.
Yeah, and like his wife bakes delicious baked goods. Like cookies and all sorts of delicious treats.
Nice.
She's the owner and operator of Alicia's Baked Goods.
Sounds pretty delish.
Yeah, what's her specialty? She make cookies or what's the specialty?
Oh, yeah, she's got a list of cookies that are just, you cannot put them down. Between the chocolate crinkle cookies that she makes and then the brown butter chocolate chip, you can't go wrong. Everything is amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was very tasty, and I just appreciated this dude. I'm gonna have him over for Thanksgiving, I think.
And good thing that he does 9 jobs a day with all those cookies. He won't get that muffin top.
He's a busy dude. The encyclopedia of AC and heating units.
He knows it all.
You can check out her Instagram and Facebook at Baking with Alicia. That's at Baking with Alicia, or check her out at 503-877-9905.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't thank you enough for saving my life yesterday. You saved my life in that heat.
Yeah, hey, no problem. We got to keep you cool and make sure we keep Cooper cool, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Falling in love with the animals.
You don't want me all moody on the air every single day.
Well, yeah, and
a
it's
pain in the
maybe
ass.
it's to this guy's to thank that we're even here today because you might have just sweat right into
hey,
a
Drew,
sick day.
you're doing the show by yourself.
I can't move. It's 115 in here.
Laura's visiting her family in Michigan right now. She'll be back next week. All right, dude, we'll talk to you soon, and let me know if you need anything else, okay?
Yeah, hey, thank you, and likewise, you let me know if you need anything else.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
that thing goes
buddy.
out again, dude, for sure.
He's the guy.
All right, we got those tickets to Bush coming up in a little under an hour. Hang on. All right, this is wild. This is wild. Scientists have been able to reconstruct a Pink Floyd song from brainwaves.
What? Maybe I'm a little confused. From brainwaves.
From brainwaves.
Like
they're
someone thinking
reading
about it?
thoughts, basically. They're reading thoughts.
Get out of here.
University of California, Berkeley scientists have reconstructed a Pink Floyd song using the recorded brainwaves of a patient. Or I guess it's of patients who were undergoing surgery while listening to the song.
So it's how their brain is processing it?
Yeah, so they're listening to the song, but the
They're
machine,
stealing it from their brain.
right? The
not
machine isn't
music.
listening to the song. The machine's listening to the person.
Mhm, that's interesting.
You want to hear what it sounds like?
Absolutely.
What you're listening to are thoughts.
That's bonkers.
You know what song that is? Can you tell?
No. Wait.
I know.
Wait. Another brick in the
There
wall.
it is. Another brick in the wall.
It's a cut right there.
I love this.
Dead is blown across the ocean.
I feel like I should be stoned right now.
It's fine. You got residuals.
Huh?
You got residuals from yesterday.
Yeah, that's apparently.
That's pretty
The song?
sweet. You know, so like I wonder, because it's a wave, and then do they attach like each piece of the wave? Do they attach a sound almost like they attach a color to a light in the galaxy? I
Right,
wonder
like
if
because
they
the
have to
photos are
doctor
black
it.
and white, basically. Yeah, I don't know exactly how that works,
But it's brilliant
But-
that it is processing it like that.
but that's really scary. Also, like you can, is in 100 years, what's this technology going to do? Am I going to walk through a security checkpoint and have my thoughts read?
It's like, oh, he's gonna steal something. Oh,
You know?
he's got a hash pen. Oh,
Right, like if I'm going to a Portland Pickles game and I walk through a scanner, all of a sudden you can have my thoughts.
yeah, that doesn't.
I'm just trying to see
sound
the
great.
pickles, for God's sakes.
I'm here to relax, not to get read.
So it's cool, also kind of creepy, but there it is. What you're hearing are brainwaves. Scary time to be alive.
Because imagine if you're, like say you're hiding from one of those robot dogs in the future,
Yeah.
and it can read through the wall
Right.
as you're going, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God.
I have a device in studio right now, Drew, that allows me to hear my thoughts. Let's see what I'm thinking. All right, that's very nice. That's very nice. All right, coming up here at 7:30, we got tickets to go see Bush. They're going to be performing at the Oregon State Fair.
Yeah.
In Salem, coming up on the 25th. You could be there at 7:30. We'll play It Happened in Florida. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
action. Call Tanner, Drew, and Laura anytime at 866-445-1059. You're waking up with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Happy Friday, or no, it's Thursday. Damn it.
Feels like it.
Damn it, I wish it was
Almost there.
Friday. Tomorrow. We are streaming video online if you want to watch Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Spy Cam.
Yeah.
You know, you can watch the show as it happens in real time. Just go to our blog at 1059thebrew.com or follow us on all of our socials, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all of them, at 1059thebrew or at Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, so people in this room at least like to drink, right?
Yeah, I enjoy a cold beverage.
Enjoy a drink maybe after work, a beer or two. You're a cider guy.
Seltzer, but you
Or
know,
cider,
I
that's
used
right,
to. I
seltzer.
drank a lot of cider in my day, so I could be considered one of those in the past.
Right. And so, what state has the most excessive drinkers?
Ooh, man.
That's a good question.
That is a tough question. I'm not sure if it's here. See, I wonder if they take into account number of breweries, number of this and that, because if it has to do with that at all, we have a lot of those.
Well, I have a list here of the states that have the most excessive drinkers. And this is according to the University of Wisconsin. They performed a study.
Okay.
And what do you think, just off the top of your head? Like, do you think Oregon's high on the list? Do you think Washington's high on the list?
I don't think so. I'm guessing we're gonna be a mid-ranger. I'm just thinking about bad decisions, right? Like who makes bad decisions, and maybe it's the South.
South makes a lot of bad decisions.
So I'm thinking a southern state, but not like an Alabama. Maybe like a Louisiana type place.
Well, earlier this year, the University of Wisconsin released their, I guess it's the University of Wisconsin's Population Health Institute, released its 2023 County Health Rankings and Roadmaps report, which is meant to raise awareness about factors that can impact health outcomes and disparities nationwide. Researchers use numerous data points to determine the length and quality of life on a state-by-state basis.
Okay.
Among those factors is alcohol use, including reported excessive drinking. How much do you think? What's considered excessive drinking to you? Before I tell you what they consider excessive drinking.
Well, my definition's much different than theirs. We're
Right.
going to start there. I think excessive drinking, and a lot of people, their eyes pop out of their head. If you go over the 6-pack number on a regular basis, that's excessive drinking.
All right.
I consider if you keep it at 5 and under throughout a period, not like sit down at the table and crush 5, but like 5 would be the cap.
Well, they say that excessive drinking is
2.
is
it 2?
4 or more drinks
thank God
on
it's
one
not
occasion
2.
for women, 5 or more for men.
Oh, hey, what's up? I'm not that far from the line.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Even though I agree with Amy, sometimes I'm like, hey, I think it is healthier for me to have 4, so I'll try and stay in that lane, but don't be counting.
Now, for heavy drinking, it's 8 or more drinks a week for women, 15 or more for men. I definitely am not a 15 beer a week guy. Holy hell. I'm like, maybe, I don't
A
even
week?
drink every day. Like maybe 1 or 2 nights a week. I'll
See,
have beers.
And the number adds up in my world, because I have a couple every day. A couple times 7 is a lot of drinks.
I would love to know how many beers or ciders or seltzers you have every day, or shots even.
Yeah, shots. I wake up and shake at a liquor store when it opens.
You can send us a text message on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. You can shoot us a talk back if you've got us on the iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone or call us anytime at 866-445-1059. All right, so here is where I'll just give you the top state first.
Okay, who is the big pain in the ass?
The University of Wisconsin's Population Health Institute found that Wisconsin, their own states, is this home of the heaviest drinkers.
That doesn't surprise me, though, because Wisconsin...
It's so damn cold, right?
And they're known for just, like, sitting in a bar and just sending it home.
Are they known for their cheese there?
Cheese and their beer.
Yeah, cheese and wine and cheese and beer.
And whatever, just shove it all in your mouth. That's what they do in order to stay warm.
Yeah, Wisconsin is home to the most excessive drinkers. Apparently, overall, 26% of adults in the state, which has, of course, an MLB team.
Milwaukee's best.
In honor of its brewing industry, as self-reported excessive drinking. The 5 states with the most excessive drinkers were primarily in the north-central U.S. After Wisconsin, the 4 states are Iowa, Montana, Nebraska, and North Dakota.
It's when you have nothing else to do. That is the nothing to do states. You're just loitering. I would be drinking too. When I'm bored,
Bored out of my mind.
when I'm bored, I'm dangerous. When I'm busy, I'm fine.
Absolutely.
You know, it's like, well, what am I going to do? Well, I might as well ka-ching. But Milwaukee's best, Beast, Ice, Beast Light, no wonder they drink the most.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have Beast, Portland Beast, you know, Portland Ice.
Now, where does Oregon sit on this list here? Where do you think? What number? If I tell you.
13.
Think 13? Oregon sits on this list of excessive drinkers at number 20.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
Number 20 on the list there for the most excessive drinkers. I actually have it breaks down by county, too. I could tell you the percentage of adults are excessive drinkers in each county.
I would love to know.
All right.
Because I would guess, are they drinking a lot in Multnomah County, or are they just doing meth and putting their butts in fountains? Because that's what I'm seeing.
Well, in Clackamas County, it's 20% of adults are excessive drinkers. In Yamhill, it's...
okay, I'm in the Clackamas, so I'm part of that 20.
Yeah, I lost Yamhill. It's hard to find. These are very small. Marion County, 17%. Lynn County, 21% of the adults are excessive drinkers. Jefferson, 20% of adults are drinkers.
Oh, so that's pretty even around, though.
Let's see. Clark County, 17% of the adults are drinkers. Columbia County, 21%. Tillamook, 20%. Polk, 21%. I'm trying to find.
That's only 1 in
Washington
5
County.
people with most of these. You know, Washington or Multnomah, I'm guessing, are probably at 20-something as well.
Yamhill County is at 22%. Washington County, there it was. I just saw it a second ago. At 19% of adults are excessive drinkers in Washington County.
Right at or right under 1 in 5. I mean, you think about it. I feel like I see more people hauling beer and wine out of the store than that. But maybe it is 1 in 5, and I'm just looking for someone to enable my behavior.
Yeah. Hood River, 21%. So there you go. We'll put the entire list online if you want to see how your county does. Maybe you already know, like, I drink a lot, so I'm probably pretty high.
working on getting our numbers up.
Yeah, maybe we should get our numbers
Yeah,
up.
we're striving for something. We're heading towards the weekend. We might clip up at 22, 23.
But out of 50 states, we're 20, so that's...
At 25 is middle of the pack, so
Yeah,
I'll take it.
check out the entire list at 1059thebrew.com.
While it will remain hot and hazy in central and eastern Oregon, we will see cooler air moving in, gradually cooling off the region. Daytime highs near 93 degrees in the metro. In the K2 Storm Tracker Weather Center, I'm Rhonda Shelby.
Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville. It's time to drive the car that you've always really dreamed of.
The luxury vehicle of your dreams is closer than you think at Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville. Right now, you can lease a
Well, the Pac-12's got one more season as we know it, and I already have friends who are just scampering to go to as many games as they can because this is goodbye from summer camp every single game. So, like, you have a storied history with each team, like whether it's Oregon playing Utah, who they met in the Pac-12 championship multiple times, or taking on a Colorado team where you have certain rivalries that are just going to be no more. And when you got Deion Sanders, Neon Deion, prime time, running the shop for the Buffaloes, he was on the field at minicamp. There are no prisoners being taken at this point because there was a scuffle on the field. And rather than break it up, he had this kind of commentary.
I seen two of y'all walking off over there, and you got to keep teammate fighting. What they do that at?
Nowhere.
What they do that at?
Not here.
In one fight, we all fight. You understand that? No, sir. I don't want to see y'all walking off when somebody's fight. Yes, sir. Never again.
This is going to be my text alert when Drew texts me from now on.
What they do that at?
I think that would be great, and it's got a shelf life for sure.
What they do that at?
The Oregon Ducks are also taking it to this Deion Sanders yell-in-your-face level when it comes to the Heisman run for Bo Nix, who returned to the Ducks for another run. They put him on the side of a building just like Joey Harrington back in the day. Now, that didn't land a Heisman, but it was a good idea. It's a good way to get people talking, and maybe a couple of wins in the final year of the 12, and it'll happen. There's your sports.
All right, so it's the final year of the Pac-12, but, I mean, this has changed off and on for, I feel like, the last 10, 15 years.
What, the conference?
Yeah, like,
we went from the 10, I think originally when it started way back eons ago, it was like 6 or 8, and then it went to the Pac-10.
I remember the Pac-10, yeah.
It was the Pac-10 when I was in college, and then it was just adding teams, so it added 2 more teams.
So what I'm saying is, couldn't this just revert back to the way it was in a couple of years? Is it possible?
The only problem is they all signed a contract.
When the contract's up.
So in another like 8 to 10 years, it could come back if they want to do nostalgia, because we always tend to root back to history.
Because I feel like that's what's going to happen with this. Maybe I feel like it's definitely going to happen with Twitter and X. You know, like Twitter's a brand, and when they realized X was a huge mistake, they were just going to go back to that.
And I would hope so. The only problem is you've got so many different heads. I mean, I blame USC and I blame UCLA for divaing out and breaking up the group, because we've said it a million times. I'm not leaving the party, but then when I'm the last or 2 chairs left, I'm leaving before that guy leaves. You don't want to be the last guy out of the table, and you can ask Oregon State all about that.
All right, coming up next, we're going to play It Happened in Florida and hook you up with some tickets to go see Bush at the Oregon State Fair in Salem. That's coming up next. We need callers 10, 11, and 12, 866-445-1059. That's 866-445-1059. We'll do that after Guns N' Roses. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You're listening to Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Yeah. Don't forget, we are streaming video in real time online. Online! Every time I say online, I just think of Call of Duty.
Oh, man. And
Your UAV is online.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you would just put the bomb on somebody.
Anyway, every day you can check out our live feed, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Spy Cam at 1059thebrew.com or on our socials at Tanner, Drew, and Laura or at 1059thebrew. Casey Beefwater Bay is in here, one of our promotion guys, our promotions director, rather, and you've been seeing these video clips. Do they look as terrifying as they feel to me? Because
they don't look terrifying at all. I think they look great.
Look at my big dumb face and my doughy face.
I love the way it makes the room look lighting-wise. Like, for whatever reason, it feels different when you're in here in person than how it looks on the video. I think it looks cool in the video.
Oh, it looks cooler than when you're actually in here.
Well,
the reality of it
feels
is
brighter when you're in here, but when you look at it on camera, it looks friggin' sweet.
Yeah, go check it out, 1059thebrew.com. So if you're listening in your car, once you get to work, you can watch the show in real time.
That's right.
And we apologize in advance for our faces.
Yeah, it's Apology City.
I
over
don't.
here.
Don't know
Celebrate
what to tell
that schnoz.
One guy said, though, that we didn't look as old as he thought we were going to look. He said, especially Casey. He said he thought Casey was going to look old as balls.
Yeah.
And you looked. He says
I
you
do.
looked good.
Well, I
You don't look
appreciate that.
old.
I appreciate that very much.
I think you look old as balls.
His
but-
birthday picture, I was surprised. Like, I don't know if Laura put a filter on you or
She did.
something.
It was
but
that one that takes you back to 16.
yeah, you had a smooth looking look.
Yeah, go check it out. Let's go to this phone real quick before we play It Happened in Florida. Good morning. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And the beef.
Oh, they're enjoying the show.
Yeah, you got your radio on. It's always lovely. I always tell people not to do that. First crappy call creep bomb of the day. Every one of these stories you're about to hear is real, but only one comes from the state of Florida. You just have to tell us which one is which to get these Busch tickets. Casey, Beefwater Bay, our promotions director, you may go first.
Okay. It happened in Florida. A cop has been accused of throwing fast food at his wife during a violent confrontation yesterday afternoon in their home. Investigators allege that an irate Andres Perez and his spouse had been arguing about financial and infidelity issues when the lawman stormed into the kitchen and threw his McDonald's right at her. And then he proceeded to be just a total piece of trash, beat her up a little bit, and ended up getting arrested.
Jeez.
So
man.
his own crew took him down.
He didn't even quit at the cheeseburger. There was
Didn't even
some
quit at cheeseburger. No, that was just that was the starter, if you
Okay.
will.
Opening
yeah.
ceremonies.
Yep. So then he proceeded to just be a big old chunk of McTrash.
Well, if you get one of those little McOnions in your eye,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
going to
that
McSting.
would devastate.
So that's it. He bonded out of jail and probably is going to lose his gig.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
normally get to hang around when you're that guy.
All right,
Tanner?
I can go next.
All right.
It happened in Florida. Hundreds lined up to withdraw free cash from an ATM after it spits out a bunch of dollars by accident. Yes, a glitch at a bank had customers flocking to the location for free cash. A technical problem with the bank ended up allowing customers to withdraw more than their accounts said that they even had available.
Whoa.
This resulted in hundreds of people lining up at this location to grab some money. One person even confessed that they withdrew over $1,000 from their account, which they didn't even have.
That's nuts. It's all going to come back full circle.
I was just thinking that.
It's not free money.
Yeah, that's all going to catch up
man.
with you.
But if you're like a huge loser already and you're upside
Like
down.
if your card's already overdrawn.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's a
whatever.
laughable balance. You
What's one more fee?
Right.
oh, overdraft? Yeah, you're going big right now.
So, yes, apparently whoever took advantage of this glitch will have that money charged back to their account. So,
Yeah, it's directly associated to your card.
there you go there. Not smart to do that. It's like when the bank puts $1 million in your account by accident. You know that's not yours. I wouldn't go and buy a car.
Yeah,
Even though there's probably
not.
temptation is there. I get it.
Back in the day before a paper trail, you'd be running,
Yeah,
but
right.
you can't do it now.
What do you have, Drew?
It happened in Florida. It's an all-new kind of neighborhood watch. female residents of a downtown high-rise say they've seen enough of their male neighbor's genitals as he's exposed himself on a regular basis in front of his windows.
Getting that for free. What are you complaining about?
Years. Now, the women complained to the police and the building, and they said they were told there's nothing that could be done because he's inside his own home. This man goes as far as to track the women. So if they're in the kitchen, he's weenie out in his kitchen.
What?
If they walk to their bedroom, he paces them
that's not
to
creepy at
his
all.
bedroom and stands there. The police say this, that where they live, state law reads that if you are exposing yourself with no intention to arouse, it is not against the law. And it could not be seen from the street because it's a high rise. He was even confronted in a lobby. She told him it wasn't okay. He agreed. That night, he weenied her again.
Wow.
This man is relentless,
That sounds like a Florida story to me.
but not arrested.
He's found the loophole of
Yeah,
loopholes.
so this is the loophole in indecency law that if you keep everything at half-mast, you're fine.
What story comes from the Sunshine State? We got some Bush tickets on the line. Let's go to line 5 and talk to Vino in Salem. Good morning, Vino.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Vino. Happy Thursday. What story comes from Florida?
Well, man, I know this story because I read it the other day, dude. So I just want to say I love your show. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Just got back from vacation, and this is an awesome first day back from vacation, man. So it's the McDonald's one, dude.
Is it the McDonald's story?
Right?
It is, in fact, the McDonald's store.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh, yeah.
That
Oh,
remind-
yeah, man.
You know what that reminded me of? When the guy won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and he used his lifeline to call his dad and just do a shout out before he took it home.
Yeah,
That
because
guy
he knew. He's like, I just want to get my dad on the air at least.
Yeah, exactly. Dad,
That's
just let me
great.
know I won $1 million.
Yeah, do you want to shout out to anybody? You want to call your dad?
No, he's probably still asleep, dude. He's
Yeah,
just tired.
His dad will screen.
All right, my friend.
But I do want to do a shout out, man, to Oregon Geotechnical Explorations and my boss, Terry, man. Awesome company to work for. Best place I've ever been.
This guy's positive. I like his positive
Either
energy.
that or
there.
he did something. He's trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah, he definitely dented a work truck.
Yeah. When you see that big dent on the vehicle, Terry, it's not my fault.
You know, I'm all heart.
All right, bro. Hang on. We'll get your info, and you're going to be at the Bush concert at the Oregon State Fair in Salem coming up on the 25th, all right?
Dude, I am psyched. Thank you guys so much.
What day is the 25th? Let me go check. Is this got to be the...
I feel like it's a Thursday.
Oh, Thursday night?
Dude,
Yeah, the
there's-
22nd.
I live in Salem, so I'm
Tuesday.
working.
See, he's a Salem guy. This is going to be perfect. There's no bad day for an elephant ear and a Bush concert.
That's true. You got a good point. It's just I go to bed so early.
Oh,
like
wait,
an old
25th is
man.
a Friday.
Is it Friday?
It's Friday.
Oh, great.
Bing
Perfect.
bong.
That's much better. All right, Friday at the Oregon State Fair. Get an elephant ear. Hang on the phone. We'll get your information. All right, it's Thursday, so that means we got to get somebody qualified for a brand spanking new Lazy Boy.
Yeah, it's creeping.
It's time to play the 4. We need callers 1 through 4 right now. 866-445-1059. That's 866-445-1059. We'll play in about 10 minutes. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the Brew. We play this game every Thursday, trying to get somebody qualified for a brand new Lazy Boy. We give one new Lazy Boy away a month.
Yeah, buddy.
I absolutely love my Lazy Boy. It's the most comfortable chair in my house. I sleep in it. I eat in it.
Man.
I do all the things.
And it's funny because some people are reluctant to get in it at first. You know, my mom had never sat in mine until Lucy's birthday party the other day, and she hit one of the auto buttons and immediately just said out loud, "We got to get one of these."
Yeah.
And it's it's another level of comfort.
Drew, how is the game played?
4 contestants, 4 different phone lines, taking turns eliminating each other. It's really quite a harsh game. When your name or your number gets called, you get dropped out. When one person remains, you'll be the winner, but you don't know what phone line you're on. Be careful. And the winner is qualified for a brand new Lazy Boy.
Let's meet our contestants in no particular order today. Calling from Salem, his name is Robert. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Laura, Tanner, and Drew. How are you guys doing?
We're doing very well. Let's meet our next contestant. She is calling from Vancouver. Her name is also Laura. Good morning, Laura from the Couve.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Piddle. Let's meet our next contestant calling from Southeast Portland. His name is Jacob. What's going on, Jacob?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
And our final contestant's calling from Washougal. Her name is Elaine. Good morning, Elaine.
Good morning.
All right, you guys know how to play the game, correct?
Yeah.
All right, let's get somebody qualified for a new Lazy Boy. Let's go to Laura in Vancouver. Which line should we eliminate first? Line 1, line 2, line 3, or 4?
Line 4.
Line 4, she says. Laura, you just eliminated Jacob. Oh!
Ah, thanks, Laura. Wow.
Wow, lady.
Wow.
What's your problem with
Harsh.
me?
That hurt my feelings.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, Jacob. Gotta let you
Jakob.
go.
Goodbye.
Jakob. Let's
Jakob.
go to Robert in Salem. Robert, which line should we eliminate next?
Let's go line 1.
Line 1, he says. Robert, just eliminated yourself.
Oh, Bobby, please.
Later.
Just a bunch of Kens getting eliminated early.
Yep, down to 2.
Too bad. Laura and Elaine. Elaine,
Yeah.
did I just ask her?
No, she's still alive
Okay.
for a guess.
Elaine in Washougal, which line should we eliminate next?
Oh. I don't remember what the first one was. Let's see.
You got 2 and 3 left.
2.
Line 2, she says. Elaine, you just eliminated Laura. Oh! Congratulations, Elaine. You are qualified for a brand new Lazy Boy. I don't know why we have to sing it every time. I think
It felt better.
I think the bosses tell us to not sing
Yeah.
in the radio.
You're not the artist. Leave the music to the artist.
And we just disregard. Hang on the phone, Elaine, and we will get your information. Congratulations.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Casey Beefwater Bay, our promotions director. Another successful contest played.
One step closer to somebody getting a brand new Lazy Boy. How
That's
exciting is that?
Right.
Can't you envision her feet in the air right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
In the chair.
Demanding they be rubbed by her significant other.
Corn-covered feet.
Yeah, exactly. Grab a file and get over here.
I don't know. Elaine, I have no idea if you have
I
corns.
bet
Do you have
those
corns, Elaine?
Are nice.
No.
All right.
Good
least
looking
one.
feet.
Have you ever had a corn? Like anybody in
No.
here?
No.
I've had a corn once, and it was when I worked for Z100, Portland's #1 hit music station. Good morning.
Do you have to march in a parade and got a corn or
No,
what happened?
I worked right behind the building, so I could look into the studio. I could look into a radio studio from my living room. It was great. It took me 3 minutes to walk to work in the morning, which is nice because I started at 3:30.
Yeah.
I had to walk down. That 3-minute walk was down a giant hill.
Oh, so you were working the feet.
Yes, and so after 6 months to a year of doing that, I developed a giant corn on my left pinky toe.
Ooh.
And every step I took, it was like, oh God, I'm dying.
How do you harvest the corn? How do you get rid of it?
I ended up going to CVS pharmacy or something.
Like a cream or
it's
something?
a little
Like a patch,
It's
right?
a drop.
Oh, a drop.
So like
Just
the one that
poisons
I
it
got,
from the inside.
you have to drop this on your corn, a couple times a day or whatever. It's really
Yeah.
gross. And within a couple of days, it'll just fall off.
Yeah, and
Oh, wow.
Elaine, you're not helping the sharing by laughing about the corn.
Yeah, you're making me feel still very self-conscious. It's
yeah,
common.
Yeah, keep sharing. If you were a nurse,
very normal.
I would run to my car.
You and your leper toe.
Yeah, your bedside
Good.
manner.
You can put butter on it and have your significant other eat it up.
Oh, butter, corn. Well, I guess corn and butter hand in hand.
It's very true. I now want to die inside. All right, hang on, Elaine.
If you wrap your foot in
All right.
foil for a half hour.
Have you ever done that? Would you chew the corn off of your husband's foot if he asked?
Oh, no.
Well, true love is only achieved in some relationships.
All right.
You got that right.
Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Now, Brew weather.
While it will remain hot and hazy in central and eastern Oregon, we will see cooler air moving in, gradually cooling off the region. Daytime highs near 93 degrees in the metro. In the K2 Storm Tracker Weather Center, I'm Rhonda Shelby.
This report is sponsored by TriMet.
Starting August 27th, TriMet is upgrading service so that buses arrive on time and more often in more areas. Learn more and plan your trip in advance at trimet.org/service change or call 503-238-7433.
What's up, Gretchen?
I don't know. I'm feeling a whole smorgasbord of emotions lately.
You and everyone else.
It's just every night he's sitting there, comfortable, happy, and actually relaxing. Who even does that?
You have Heine envy.
Heine what? You and your Heinies.
Seriously, you clearly need lazy boy comfort. Nothing works better.
For the record, I don't envy Heine, just comfort.
Lazy boy. Oh boy, now it means so much more.
At Dick Says Yes, we believe that you shouldn't have to settle for a bad car buying experience just because there are issues with your credit. At Dick Says Yes, we have over 500 used cars to choose from with some of the most competitive rates in the area, and we've helped over 20,000 people get a car loan. So don't settle for anything less than you deserve. Dick Says Yes is here to help. Fill out the 5-minute application at dicksays.yes.com and get approved in minutes, all from the comfort of home. That's dicksays.yes.com.
Sheba presents What Cats Want. Cats want Sheba Perfect Portions, cuts, and gravy. 2 convenient servings of roasted chicken covered in savory gravy. Know what else cats want? The red dot from your laser pointer. On the wall, on the ceiling, on the couch, on the floor, on the vase. Buy Sheba Perfect Portions, cuts, and gravy. 0 mess, 0 leftovers. Snap, peel, serve. Sheba, what cats want.
Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville. It's time to drive the car that you've always really dreamed of.
The luxury vehicle of your dreams is closer than you think at Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville. Right now, you can lease a pre-owned 2022 GLC 300 4MATIC for just $399 a month with $399 down for 12 months. Or drive away in a gently used certified pre-owned vehicle with an APR of 1.99% for 36 months on qualifying vehicles in stock. Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville is the #1 new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz dealer in Oregon. Plus, it's home to the adventurous Sprinter van. Come test drive your dream car today. Visit Mercedes-Benz-of-Wilsonville.com.
Mercedes-Benz of Wilsonville. It's time to drive the car that you've always really dreamed of.
Net cap cost $39,470. Total monthly payments through SBC Financial $4,788. 7,500 miles annually. Stock number NG10721. Excludes taxes and fees. 1.9% APR for 36 months. At $20.64 per month for $1,000 financed through NBFS. Select models only. Not everyone will qualify. Inventory current time may release. See dealer for details. Call 503-454-3240. Offer expires August 31st, 2023. Number 1 claim based on NBUSA 2022.
Want a chance to be featured in the iconic Shane Company radio advertising and win $1,000 cash? Share a story about how jewelry has been meaningful to you for your chance of being one of their 12 winners. Visit Shanco.com and enter your story today.
Oh, Portland, did you know that when you sleep on the right mattress for you, it makes everything clear? You know, like maybe that carpet at the airport actually is pretty ugly, kind of clear. Well, you can find your perfect mattress at Mattress Firm's actually really seriously best sale of the year for real. Yep, it's real, and that's the actual name. They've got quality mattresses at all price points for everyone. Me, you, all the people listening to this ad, and you get fast and free delivery. Plus, their low price guarantee means that if you find your mattress for less, they'll match it. So head in right now for the actually seriously best deals of the year. The right mattress matters. Find yours in stores and online. Mattress Firm.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time only, ask how new and existing customers can get a free line of unlimited mobile during the Mobile Made Free event. Call or go online today to learn more. Ends 9/21/2023. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
There it is. Check it out.
It's your... what?
It's our risk-free warranty.
It's your business card.
It's on the back. Most companies have weasel warranties, a page and a half of exclusions and lame excuses to keep them from having to honor what they promised. Their way of covering their tail if you aren't happy with their work.
It's like they never intended to do a good job in the first place. Once a weasel, always a weasel.
What did Dad say? If you say you're gonna do something,
do it. He'd never stand for anything weaselly, and neither do we.
Everything we do, leak fixes, drain cleaning, air conditioning, it's all backed by our unconditional, risk-free warranty. So simple, you can write it on one side of a business card. That's my brother Derek.
And that's my brother Brandon. We're Apollo Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
We're the guys you call when you want promises kept and the work done right.
And never have to worry you're gonna get bit by a weasel.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
When you buy Kroger brand products, you feel like you're winning. That's because they offer proven quality at lower than low prices. In fact, we guarantee that you and your family will love how Kroger brand products taste, or you get your money back. So next time you're shopping for the family, look for delicious Kroger brand products, because they'll make you all feel like you're winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there.
Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Now, Brew Traffic.
From the Papa Murphy's Traffic Center, change the way you pizza. Disabled vehicle blocking the northbound lanes of 99W near Bull Mountain Road with a jam up back toward Durham Road. Now northbound I-5, heavy and steady getting through the Terwilliger curves. Eastbound Sunset Highway, stop and go starting near the cemetery. Lynn Masterson, KEX Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. There's no better time to upgrade your Z's than during Mattress Firm's best sale of the year. Get a Sleepy's bed and adjustable base for only $499.99, the lowest price ever.
Sure, radios are great, but you can boss your smart device around. Just tell Alexa to play 105.9 The Brew on iHeartRadio. You're waking up with Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew.
It's Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We are streaming video in real time on the website now. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Spy Cam. If you get to work and you want to continue listening, you can actually listen and watch at 1059thebrew.com or follow us on our social medias at 1059thebrew or at Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Two live streams have been blocked on YouTube this week. Like YouTube blocked them.
Why?
The first one was blocked because I aired 2 minutes of Pearl Jam's Jeremy. So I'm not supposed to air the music that we broadcast on the station.
Oh, so like the bot catches it.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to air it over YouTube. So I have to, like when you go and watch the stream and we're at a commercial or playing a song, it's just kind of silent, which sucks. We're trying to figure that out, but I can't play the songs. I accidentally aired 2 minutes of Pearl Jam's Jeremy, not even the full song.
Well, it can only do like a few seconds before they'll let slide, right?
Yeah, and then they shut it the hell down. Then yesterday's show was blocked, or maybe it was Tuesday's show was blocked, but only in one country, in Russia.
Yeah, so which is just a heartbreaker, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, Russia loves the
Russian
show.
contingency.
It's weird though because it said one country. Your video is blocked in one country, but then it said Belarus, Russia, like it was Belarus was like a city in Russia, and isn't it its own country?
And because of the war torn, I don't know. Maybe they're just connected on like a browser.
Yeah, like it's its own country, but only because Putin says so.
Yeah, you got to call Putin to make sure you can do any decision.
Yeah. 2 countries, 1 cable line.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so we were thinking maybe they were on their internet or something, but you can't watch Tuesday's or Wednesday's show in Belarus or Russia.
I feel like Russia sends the AOL style CDs to Belarus.
Awesome.
You get prepaid internet minutes.
It would make for a nice little slogan for you guys. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Blocked in Russia.
It's not bad.
Or Belarus. I like blocked in Belarus.
Blocked. Can we put that on a T-shirt? Do you think people would buy that?
Belarus.
Blocked in Russia.
Yeah. I don't know what we're doing, but people of Belarus are not allowed to hear it.
They're not having it.
So there you go. Anyway, go watch the video feed right now at 1059thebrew.com. Coming up in a few minutes, I'm going to tell you a story about a scammer. And if you're someone who is tickled pink by dumb people who get fooled by scammers, you're going to enjoy the story. If you're someone who just can't stand scammers, you're going to find this story very interesting.
It's going to get a little hot.
I'll share it with you in about 10 minutes. Before that, Drew's got sports. What do you have?
NFL football tonight, week 2. We'll tell you what's going down.
That's right after the Pumpkins. It's 8:27.
Well, the Pac-12 is going to take one more swing at it, and everybody's all in at this point. Intensity up at practice as the Oregon Ducks have thrown a picture of Bo Nix, their quarterback, up on a building in New York City. It's kind of like, hey, Heisman, we're over here. Because if you don't get that buzz going early, you've got to go on a crazy winning streak to even be discussed by the afternoon big mouths on television. So Bo Nix, the biggest push that has been made since Joey Harrington. Let's remember, Marcus Mariota did it with no sign whatsoever. Also, Deion Sanders. Deion. Prime time at practice, showing just how intense it's getting. Two players got in a scuffle. A lot of coaches are like, we're not having any riffraff here. He doesn't feel that way. He says if there's a scuffle, everybody's all in.
I seen two of y'all walking off over there, and you got a key teammate fighting. What they do that at?
Nowhere.
What they do that at?
Not here.
In one fight, we all fight. You understand that?
No, sir.
I don't want to see y'all walking off when somebody's fighting.
Yes, sir.
Never again.
It's a little bit of a dangerous decision. You know, you're in the middle of a game and all of a sudden everybody's going to go throw down and get a bunch of flags thrown. If you lost a game like that, that soundbite wouldn't age well.
What they do that at?
Finally tonight, they do that at the NFL Network for tonight's football game. Cleveland Browns, Philadelphia Eagles. It's 4:30, so it gives you a little afternoon delight into the evening. But finally, some of the important games, because this is when we're going to make roster cuts and you'll see some of your stars. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, we're going to tell you a story about someone who was catfished. And if you're somebody who hates scammers, you're going to find the story fairly interesting. If you're somebody who gets a good laugh out of idiots who fall for these scams, you're going to love this.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what happened coming up right after Lincoln Park. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew. Happy Thursday. I can't stand internet scammers. I hate them with a fiery passion.
Yes.
They make me so angry. You know, like when Sandy Hook happened, there were people saying that their kids were hurt in the tragedy and we need money, this and this and that. I mean, you got to be a real evil person to do that. Same thing with 9/11. You know, people who catfish other people. I just find it to be one of the most evil things you can do.
Hurricane Katrina was massive because it was kind of at the dawn of it.
Yeah.
And we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with, and they crushed people.
Yeah, it's sad, right? Like, it's just, you know, because you're playing with people's emotions, people who are lonely and vulnerable and are, you know, some are desperate for love, and these people pick up on that, and it's just very sad.
And some people are simpler beings than others. Not like that anyone has to be brilliant to figure it out, but you're just trusting. You just kind of go with the flow. Someone tells you something, you believe it.
Right.
And that's how you get rocked.
Casey Beefwater Bay, have you ever been the victim of a scammer?
No, closest thing I've had is my mail stolen. So I had somebody try to get into my stuff, but it wasn't successful.
I think I bought a couple things on the internet that weren't real.
Yeah.
You know, what I got wasn't what was described, or it just never showed up at all.
Just recently, I did have my Facebook page compromised and got a random message that says, "Hey, are you selling puppies on Facebook?" And sure enough, there was a ad on Facebook with my address attached to it.
Really?
Yeah. That just happened like 2 weeks ago.
How much is a pup?
They didn't answer when I tried to call them.
Well, this single mom apparently was catfished by by somebody claiming to be the actor who played Billy on Stranger Things.
The blonde mullet guy?
The blonde mullet guy who was in great shape. All the
pretty
moms,
boy.
the pretty boy. All the moms wanted to hook up with him.
Mm-hmm.
That guy.
The
He was also
heartthrob.
in the Power Rangers reboot. He's been in a couple other things.
Needing $5 for some mustache wax.
Yeah. So his real name is it's how do you say this? It's a weird name. It's spelt like you just have to look it up on the internet. I don't even know how to pronounce his first name.
Billy?
Okay, Billy from Stranger Things. Anyway, that guy. So this mom says that she actually was catfished, left her husband, and ended up giving this dude $10,000, only to find out that he wasn't real at all.
This is the kind of stuff that a Maury Povich would lick their chops
Yeah.
at.
So does she reach out to him? Does he reach out to her? How does the ball get rolling in a situation like that?
This is what happened. Her name is a single mom, claims that her life was turned upside down after she was catfished by a scammer claiming to be Stranger Things star Dacre Montgomery.
It's like Dacre?
Dacre.
I mean, that's an absolute guess.
know.
Dacre is, I mean, if you changed your name to that, shame on you, Billy.
I think you're right. Dacre sounds right.
The woman of Kentucky revealed that she left her husband for Montgomery after the two met online in a forum for creatives, adding that she even sent the scammer roughly $10,000. The two, quote, hit it off, but of course I'm suspicious from the get-go until he starts doing things that make me believe that he is who he is. She said that Montgomery, who plays Billy Hargrove on the show Stranger Things on Netflix, told her that he and his model girlfriend, Liv Pollock, were on the verge of a split due to her controlling behavior.
This is quite the narrative.
She says that he was unhappy. She was in an unhappy marriage with a toxic partner, so she sympathized because, quote, my ex-husband was that way. The scammer informed her that his girlfriend was controlling his bank account, prompting her to fund his life for over a year.
And so she's so head over heels. None of her alarms are going off here. I mean, immediately you'd be like, warning. This guy's famous. Why does he need me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused by the whole thing. Like, I couldn't imagine how you would get trapped up into that and think that you're actually talking to that person.
She says the reason she was convinced it was him was because the day before the Dear Billy episode aired, I guess the night before, he said to her, quote, that he was going to be on the show, so make sure you watch it. So he either saw a trailer or something, or like saw the casting list.
Yeah.
Oh, and so
it's like, hey, I'm going to be on tomorrow's episode. Make sure you're going to check it out. And she goes, well, how could anybody know that unless it's that guy?
Hook, line, and sinker.
She doesn't realize you can just Google that information.
True. Yeah. I mean, at least send a autographed glossy 8x10 or something.
And her guard's down. You know, it's kind of like romance novel stuff. Like, oh, and he's into me, and like nobody else understands because he's into me. Like, and it becomes you're almost self-absorbed in it, and you can't hear the noise.
She says, if you're, quote, if you're someone like me, you're afraid of abandonment and you're a real big people pleaser and you're very codependent.
And
the
broke.
scammers, they leech off that.
Mm-hmm.
She left her husband. She gave this guy $10,000 and now she's got nothing.
Yeah.
And the husband's not taking you back. That's for sure.
So do they catch Billy, quote unquote? Or
So
is he just off?
the actor who plays Billy, they reached out for comment. His people and team have not commented on this story yet.
Yeah.
If I'm the guy, I don't know how much money he's worth. Maybe not a lot. But if I'm the guy, I'm secretly going to give her the money just because I feel so bad. I'm such a sappy bitch. I'm like, oh, it's not my fault, but I feel guilty, you know.
It's
So
one of
I would
those
give her the
deals-
money, but that's me.
They say that he's got $2 million.
So 10 grand wouldn't be a
wouldn't be
big
the end of
loss.
the world. Or even like, a care package or something that like is like, okay, well, I'm sorry that happened to you,
Now-
but I'm not him.
But who's like, is it her fault because she's like so clueless, or
Yeah, it's 100% her fault.
you think not the person who kind of leaned
No,
into it?
I mean, look, there's scammers out there. It's our responsibility to make sure that we're not getting scammed, in my opinion.
Yeah, my mom got scammed out of about $1,500.
It happens all the time. Like I get
Yeah.
it. It happens, and people, situations. come
I
up.
was very frustrated with my mom though, because she was trying. This is when she was going to London and she was trying to find a place to stay. And this guy goes, "Hey, it's affordable place, nice spot, nice location,
Almost too
$1,500
good to be true.
So she sent him the money, and then he just disappeared.
Yeah, it's tough, and I hate it when it's like elderly people that fall into these traps,
Yeah.
and they're on limited income and they're like putting themselves in the hole trying to do a good thing, and I think that it really sucks.
I knew this girl who thought she was talking to Eminem on the internet for the past year.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when you and I lived in Eugene, Drew.
I remember.
And she really thought she was talking to him. She thought she was talking to Haley, Eminem's daughter, at one point. And the guy playing Eminem said, "Hey, me and Dr. Dre are going to pick you up in a small jet from the Eugene airport, in a private jet. Be there." She packs her bags.
She was ready to
She
go.
gets all dolled up.
She's going to go hang with Eminem and Dre.
She goes to the airport. The time comes and goes, and there's no Eminem. The guy isn't responding to her messages.
And it's not funny, but on the drive over, you think she was like, dun, dun,
Oh,
dun,
dude,
dun, dun,
think about
dun, dun,
think
dun,
about
dun.
the drive. Like you are all in, and your life's about to change. Like it's not just a trip to the airport.
Yeah,
You're out of here.
Yeah.
No,
And then I'm just envisioning two hands on the chain link fence as the realization comes in.
in furry pajamas.
The thought of that moment when she realizes I've been lied to, I've been played, it makes me really sad
It
for
is
her.
because how dare that dude string her on that long?
And he didn't even ask for money. She didn't give them anything. Like, well, it was just for just to do it?
Just to
Yeah,
crush someone?
That's it. That's what I do on my free time.
And that's why they call it a catfish. You know, what does a catfish do? It lays at the bottom of the water with its belly in the poop, eating the stuff
That's
off
right.
the bottom.
Yeah.
That's a catfish.
I would love to know if you've been catfished before. What happened? Did you send them some money, or did you just get your heart broken? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message at 98197 or, a talkback. All the things.
Bing bong.
I'm
Here's
gonna
some info.
catfish you.
It's Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Laura's actually in Michigan visiting her family in Detroit.
And she just finally got there a little while ago because she took the red eye.
Right, yeah. I'm assuming she's sleeping right now at this point.
You'd hope.
We should call her in a few minutes and see how it's going.
Yeah, we'll blow her up.
Casey Beefwater Bay's in here with us today.
Good morning.
And in the last segment, we were talking about this poor woman who was catfished by some guy claiming to be the actor who played Billy on Stranger Things. He was the really in-shape dude who all the older moms wanted to hook up with.
This one's extra trouble because it was a famous person. You should know better.
Yeah, this woman, she was catfished after talking to him for about a year. And the guy convinced her, saying that my girlfriend controls my bank account. And, you know, she's very controlling. She controls my life. And I'm trying to get out, but I'm going to need some money. So this woman sent him at least $10,000.
So it's not only just a catfish, it's also like making him look like a bitch.
Yeah.
Like the actual actor's got to be mad. And he's like,
right.
Oh, so I'm just all whipped up?
Yeah. Yeah, he's yet
Spread
to
that
comment on
rumor.
the whole thing, but it's really a bummer. And so then she left her husband, which is nuts to me, that she left her husband to be with this guy.
Yeah, well, he was probably just like a plumber or something. Like she's got a movie actor on the hook.
Exactly. She's going to a Netflix premiere next year. This is going to be huge.
So to me, it bums me out when people get scammed. My mom was scammed once out of some money when she was trying to find a place to stay in Europe.
It's a spineless move.
Yeah, I hate the people who set up fake 9/11 accounts or fake accounts for victims who were involved in mass shootings or something. It pisses me off.
Just reading yesterday, the Maui stuff's already starting now, where people are setting up false scam accounts for donations.
I feel like you're going to end up in Final Destination mode.
Yeah, I hope you get caught in a fire.
If you do that to people, there's something about the universe circles back and kicks you in the heart.
Right.
Like, there's no way that can't be righted in some way because you are the worst kind of person.
We got some text messages and calls. Let's go to line 2 first. Good morning. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Did you ever fall for a catfish?
Some guy contacted me on Facebook a few years back. And,
Yeah.
You know, I love your profile, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Sent pictures of a dude in fatigues and camo and all this. He's in the Middle East or wherever, and widower, daughter 11, really wants to come home and have a woman like me handy, but he had to go to Africa because they found out about this stash of money and gold from some big badass, which I looked up, and the guy was a badass.
I think you just described the plot of the movie Three Kings starring Ice Cube.
Yeah, which was a classic. I think they just wrote it right off that.
Oh, really?
It sounds like the plot of that movie.
Close. Have a TV. But he kept sending me emails and address, and would you accept this package for me? And I only need $1,000 to get back to my unit. And I'm like, really? Do I have stupid on my forehead?
Did you give him
But
anything?
the picture. Oh, hell no. I
Good.
didn't even give him my right name.
Oh,
I
good.
found a picture of a gal with long, dark hair. I'm short and squatty with rat turd brown hair. I found
She fished him right back.
Okay, so you're telling us that you knew right away that you were being screwed with.
Oh yeah, I didn't fall off the carrot truck yesterday. I'm 65 and I don't trust anybody.
I absolutely adore you. You remind me of my grandmother Mimi. My grandmother Mimi is going to be 92 this year. And she gets scam calls, and she, like, you know, those calls, hey, I'm your grandson. I'm stuck in Europe.
I'm in jail. I need bail.
That's literally what the person said. Like, my grandmother's so senile and old that, I mean, she's old, but she's not senile at all. She's sharp as a whip, you know, but like, she's going to just fall for that. A grandson she doesn't remember.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to send him $5,000.
Yeah, I had a.
So anyway, Mimi screwed with the guy, and I guess kept him on the phone for a long time before he just finally got frustrated and hung up.
As
Good. Blow up his whole day.
And Mimi should have a podcast.
I had a guy call and say, Grandma, I don't have grandkids. And if I did, they wouldn't be old enough to be using a phone. Went through the whole spiel, had his lawyer call. It wasn't my phone. I was house sitting. It was a landline. They needed $5,000 to get his ass out of jail. And I said, well, you'll have to call me back. I need to make arrangements. And when he called me back, I said, well, I guess George is going to have to sit there because you need to, you know, con somebody else. I don't use polite language.
Good.
Goes,
You
well, what
appreciate
about
that.
George?
That's great.
I'm like, well, I don't even know if that's his name. I pulled that out of my butt too. So, you know.
Oh,
screw
the
with
guy's like, yeah,
somebody
George,
else.
for sure.
I feel bad for people that are so stupid they fall for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was so frustrated with my mom when she gave that dude the money, but yeah, I also felt really, really bad for her. We got some text messages coming in on our Lazy Boy text line. This one's from 8071. This person says, "So I had a friend who fell for a scammer. They talked for days and weeks, but every time he asked her for her actual phone number, she had one excuse after the other."
Those are the red flags, right? Like you can't just
Yeah.
have normal behavior. Everything's got to be an excuse.
But he still believed her and started sending her money when she told him that her grandma she lived with had to move out because of her house, because it was being taken from her or something like that.
Like, yeah, bank's foreclosing, no more calls.
And then she needed money for schooling so she could finish.
Oh, God. One after another.
Then she needed
Suckling.
money so she could come to the United States and live with him. And then she needed money to put on her phone to keep it on so she could talk to him. I guess once eventually she gave a number or something. The whole time.
Start milking.
Oh, hold on. Okay, sorry. I didn't turn your mic on. What?
Did she actually talk to him? Because a lot of times you hear these stories like they're in a 3-year relationship and they've never FaceTimed, they've never actually spoken
I don't know.
on the phone.
It doesn't sound like the phone call ever happened. It's like, give me money so I can get a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because even if you can talk
I don't
on the
know.
phone, they often will dodge the FaceTime because
Right.
that's the deal breaker.
But wouldn't that be the signal? After 6 months of that, wouldn't you think that your brain would finally go,
Yeah.
there's something afoot here?
Yeah, this guy's friend knew. He says, I kept telling him that it was a scam, but he wouldn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he's talking to her to this day.
It's one of those
It
deals
blows
like
me
the
away.
rest of you guys don't understand.
Oh my
Like
God,
you're
bro.
trying to ruin my life. No, you're going to ruin your own life.
I think it's your obligation to figure out if he's still talking to her and to shut that down. You shame him until he shuts it down.
She gave me her grandma's casserole recipe. That doesn't just happen.
They don't hand that out.
This
Delicious.
one from 7824 says, I think the biggest scammers are big business. My insurance company added a driver to my policy. My son who's in the military was added back into my policy. Driving my rate way up, yada, yada, yada. So, all right, there you go.
Oh, man.
This guy says, well, that woman who got scammed was from Kentucky. Enough said. Fat Thor says, my neighbor got scammed. Someone called her up and said that they were with PGE and that she owed $1,000 and that the only way that they would accept a payment would be through a prepaid gift card.
That's
For God's
hilarious.
sakes.
I always pay my utilities that way. You know, go get a Visa down at Best Buy, and then that's ridiculous to fall for that. It's not PGE. Can you make it out to PEG? Thank you very much.
We're going through a change over here. And
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you got to do your due diligence before you start sending people money, right?
Mhm.
It's crazy. I feel bad for you, but you got to be careful. All right, coming up here in a few minutes, we'll take some of your talkback messages. If you don't have the iHeartRadio app, download it for your cell phone and send us a message for free. We're also going to debut the brand new song from Guns N' Roses. Came out this morning. It's called Perhaps. We'll play it for you right after Pearl Jam. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy. So there you go. New song from Guns N' Roses called Perhaps.
They're back, baby.
What did you think of the song? What did you think?
Classic. It sounds like Axl. At least he's hitting those notes.
And to me, it was like they were trying to, hey, let's try to do what we did with November Rain, and do the piano thing.
Definitely has some of that draw out situation going on.
I don't know. I don't know if it's because I just don't care about new music from Guns N' Roses, or if it just was not the greatest song. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it.
It might not be the song that I search for, but if it was in, like if I'm on the iHeartRadio app and then it just pops up in a GNR rotation, it would be all right. I think that's what lane it'll live in for me.
This is an unpopular opinion, but I've never been the biggest fan of Axl's voice.
You've got some talent there. If you were 21 in 1987, you would have a whole new path.
I think I was 4.
Yeah, you weren't ready.
But I just I don't
It's
like
definitely that Motley Crue, AC/DC. It's all their signature tone, and it's all from kind of that same era.
We got some talkback messages through the iHeartRadio app.
That wasn't worth waiting for you to sign on. That Guns N' Roses debut on iHeartRadio music app I just heard for your show. Oh my God, that was so unnecessary. Have a great day, if you can, after hearing that.
Oh, all right, so he didn't like it.
He went end of days on it.
Hey, this is Caleb from Oklahoma. Yeah, that song does kind of suck. I'm a little sick of Guns N' Roses personally. Slash is cool, but meh.
Well, there you go. A meh from that guy.
Well, we hold him to a high standard. I mean, this is the band I used to run home from school to see him in the top 10.
I mean, there was at one point, they were the biggest band in the world.
They were a god level.
So I think there's a lot of expectations.
It's hard to live up to the hype when you've been at the very top. Even you look at the biggest stars in the world, they can't keep replicating all those hits.
It's got to be someone who likes it, though. I'm getting new text messages in, and they're just not positive. They're not positive.
Well, maybe it's like Yelp. You don't write a review when you like it.
It's only the angry people who are writing
exactly.
things. Really. So I don't know. We're going to be playing the song all day.
Judge for yourself.
Beefwater just walked in. What'd you think of the new GNR song?
It's medium.
Medium?
Medium.
Yeah? Like it was just okay, you'll take it or leave it?
Yeah, that's exactly. I think you summed it up perfectly.
I think that's the same lane I was saying. It's like you're not going to go up to the search bar and hit it, but if it pops up in rotation, whatever.
Yeah.
Listen to these comments. Somebody just said, somebody needs to tie Axl down to a chair and Clockwork Orange him.
Jeez.
What?
That's that means kill him or sexually abuse someone in front of him.
For God's sake.
I thought it was when you just got whipped with like an orange in a tube sock.
Eaten by people drinking milk. None of the scenarios are positive.
This one says, I feel like it could have been a little bit longer. This person says it song's pure trash. Better than the new Tool song, though.
Oh, okay. Well, you can stack your songs like that.
Yeah. Man, people are hard to please. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's especially with bands that have been around a while. Like you're always expecting that like prime time heyday sound, and you're never gonna get that.
Where's Welcome to the Jungle?
Right.
Well, that was 1986.
Was it that long ago?
No, I just guessed in 80 years, somewhere in there.
You're not wrong.
Not too far.
Like
off.
you're right in there.
All right, we are commercial free. Thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. 1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Got the Beefwater in here this morning. Laura's on vacation in Michigan. We'll be back next week.
Mm-hmm.
We were earlier talking in the last hour about catfishing, and we told the story about this poor woman who was catfished by a guy claiming to be the actor who played Billy on Stranger Things.
Yeah, brutal.
He's got a weird, his last name's Montgomery. He's got a weird first name, but
Mm-hmm.
he's a pretty looking dude. He also played the Red Ranger in the Power Rangers reboot.
Yeah.
That, yes, I paid for and watched.
Red Ranger.
And Red Flag, when a star wants you to send him money.
Yeah, and so she not only sent him $10,000 in cash over the course of a year, but she also left her husband, whom they have a child with, for this catfish person.
And that selfishness on that level is its own thing.
I mean, if I was going to give $10,000 to family, I'd have a million questions. I couldn't imagine just somebody online. Right?
When my mom asks for money, I go, okay, tell me
what are you using it for?
Tell me what it's for.
Are you using coupons?
Well, it's like I did send
Have you
Margot
shopped around?
Robbie
Is this the best
$4,800.
deal?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason to it.
It bums me out when people get scammed, but also, use your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So we got some text messages from people who had been catfished, because that's what I asked. Have you ever been catfished? What happened?
Morning, Brew Crew. This is Big John. I've been catfished so many times, I lost count.
Oh my God, John.
People either not showing up to a date or showing up to the date with a different guy and expecting me to pay for their meal on their date.
What?
Or, yeah, lots.
How does that happen to somebody?
You're going to buy us both Popeyes. That's what's happening.
And John's not a small man. Why does he not just bend that man's arm?
You're right. Well, because he's big, but
he's nice
he's
and
gentle.
And he
what
probably
the hell, though?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did buy it. Like if that guy got barbecue.
I
out
got
of
another
this.
story. John, we have to talk to you. If not today,
soon.
Tomorrow. We got to get to the bottom of why John went on a date with a girl and some other guy. And did you end up buying the food?
Now, I've heard similar stories where, say, you're going out on a date and she brings a friend with her, both female.
Yeah, that happened to me once.
And wanting to have
Get a
you
double
pay.
pay.
Yeah, you pay for both of us.
These people are the worst.
But bringing a dude?
I went out with a girl once thinking it was just me and her. And then as we were leaving, she just said, oh, my friend's going to come. And I was like, okay. And this is when I was really young and didn't have the balls like I have now.
Yeah, and when we get done, you got to go buy my brother a birthday present.
But luckily, I bought that food with 2 coupons.
Oh, nice.
I look back at it now and I go, how tacky was I using coupons on a date?
But hey, you got the job done.
I don't think I was 21, maybe 22. I don't know.
Back
I was
then,
dumb.
You got to find a way to get through the date financially.
Yeah,
Coupons are fine.
I'm still dumb, but that's besides the point.
Drew, you had me cracking up, man. She was bumping the Chronic album on the way to the airport. Part of me feels bad for her, but that's just too good, man. I've been dying watching her bump that song on the way to the airport. Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, a friend of mine was catfished by a person she claims was Eminem. She thought that she was talking to Eminem for about a year.
People were begging her to listen.
Yeah, and when she told me the story, I was like, "That's what?
It's not
not real." She said that Eminem told her to meet him and Dr. Dre in their private plane at the Eugene airport.
It's very convenient.
And she showed up all dressed and packed and no plane. And I just felt bad. I was like, it's obvious that it was a scam, but I just felt bad.
And did you talk to her after?
Yeah, she was pretty brokenhearted. She was
Yeah.
embarrassed.
Well, yeah, I told you so. You can't really go down that lane. They know.
I wanted to, yeah. I wanted to.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall. We definitely told you so at that point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time I've been scammed. And
yeah, well, the good news is
I know that I have. I just can't. It was something small, not with like money or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've
I
had
know what
my
it was.
credit cards, like where you get a call from the bank or whatever, and they're like, something's weird, and they've canceled it. But
Yeah.
I've never been in Hell's Kitchen in love with some girl named Rhonda in Canada,
Right.
sending her cash.
That's really a 600-pound man.
Yeah, Ronald.
We got to get to the bottom of John's story, though. I got a text message from 9266. This one says, my buddy gets catfished constantly by Facebook models, so to speak. So a different buddy of mine made a fake profile and catfished him and ended up getting sent a picture of his junk.
Didn't we all learn on the first day of MySpace that it was an illusion? Remember, it was 31 friend requests, and none of them
Yeah.
were real. How did you ever think that could happen?
If a gorgeous, the key is the sign is if a gorgeous girl requests to be your friend on Facebook, it's fake.
She's fake.
It's fake.
That
Zero
lives out of
times
state.
has
Gorgeous
that ever-
girls don't ask to be your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're prostitutes.
Or like, oh, I went to high school with them. Like, okay, I can vouch for it. But outside of that, they are not. They are not.
Yeah, I guess
here
I
for
have
you.
had a couple of friends from high school
And
do
you're
that.
like,
But yeah, I
at
don't.
first you're like, oh yeah.
Like a really gorgeous girl, more than likely, is not going to just reach out and friend some rando on the internet.
And the names never match the profile.
I mean, the easiest way to find out is to send them money.
You send them the first 3 installments, and if they love you, you'll know after that.
They'll circle back.
All right, more of your calls and text messages coming up in just a few minutes. You can download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone, which is free. And once you've got the Brew streaming, press the microphone button. It's right next to the play button, and you can record a quick 30-second message. We're commercial-free thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the Brew. All right, sorry. I just got word. That's why it took us a little long to come on. I just got word from Josh Blue's people that comedian Josh Blue will be on our Donkey Show podcast today.
Nice.
So make sure you check that out. It'll be loaded around 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's noon. Sometimes things happen and I get distracted and it takes me a little bit to post it.
But it'll be there.
It will be there. 1059thebrew.com. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Donkey Show podcast. It's the show after the show, completely unedited and uncensored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, right, Casey?
That's right.
See, everyone's thugging.
Yeah. Guess who's on the phone?
Who?
Mr. Pube.
Lucky.
Pube Boy is the pubiest.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Oh my gosh. Pube Boy.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you sound sad today.
Well, I'm not sad. I'm just annoyed because I'm the only person at work when the boss is out of town. So I'm pretty sure he's not listening to the radio, nor is his wife. And why am I here right now? Like,
someone's got to hold down the fort.
Yeah, someone's got to do the job.
I feel like every
I'm the
time.
responsible one? Like, really?
Yeah, that's probably a huge mistake on their part. What, Casey?
I was just going to say, I feel like every time he calls, his boss is out of town. Like, what a
because
dick.
that's the only time he can call because he'll get in trouble.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he's out of town a
come on,
lot.
Casey.
Remember, she
Come on, bro.
accosted him while he was on the phone one time, and she said, "You need to get off the phone. I'm very offended."
Yeah, he needed to get back to work. But I'm proud of him because I thought he was fired that day. I thought he was going to be fired the next time. There was like multiple incidents where he dodged bullets.
Teflon, bro. Teflon.
Yeah, what kind of dirt do you have on these people?
Nothing sticks to him.
Yeah, what dirt do you know about are they drug dealers? Are they smuggling children? What's the?
I have no comment.
All right.
Fair enough.
So what's so other than you being annoyed about being at work today, what else is going on in Pube Boy's life? Is any love?
No, I don't have time for love. I work 7 days a week, so.
But you're going to be 50 years old here in what, 3 or 4 years? Don't you think you need to settle down and find yourself a woman?
A year and a half, but okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have less time then.
I was going to make you sound a little younger, but
yeah, we're
okay.
trying to get you a lady, and you're
right.
just aging yourself.
I'm old as balls.
And I look worse.
I look worse than I sound.
Wow. I actually look a lot better than most of the people I know that are 48. So
Actually,
thank you.
he
And I have a
does
full head
look
of
pretty
hair.
good.
When I saw Pube
I have a
Boy,
full head of hair.
I have to admit that I had a low expectation. I admit, Pube Boy, that I was wrong. I had a low expectation, and when I met you, you were still dirty, but cleaner than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
No,
thanks,
you were
I
fine.
guess.
Well, I mean, you were a shaking mess, but you did look quite a bit younger than probably some of his classmates growing up.
Yeah.
And
Well, go ahead,
I was
Casey.
just going to say, personally, I think Pube Girl's just out there waiting for you, man. Like, you just got to get out there and do a little looking.
Okay, and again, I work too much. I don't have time. But
He's a career man now, Casey. He doesn't
Yeah.
have time to go multi.
But let's say you did have time. What are you looking for in a Pube girl?
Well, first off, I wouldn't want her to be Pube Girl.
Okay.
Well, she's Mrs. Pube at that
I mean, I don't know how
point.
you couldn't be, but
You just want her to hold your briefcase?
you could cross that road when you come to it.
Okay, well, what are you looking for? You looking for a blonde, a brunette?
I'm preferable to redheads.
Oh, he likes the redheads.
Mm.
All right.
He's trying to procreate, make a ginger biscuit.
You like a girl who's active, or do you like a girl who's more chill and would rather just like watch TV?
Obviously, just chill and watch TV.
Yeah.
Especially, you don't want them.
I'm not trying to go on jogs or bike rides or
hiking.
No.
None of that.
Oh yeah, that
Got to be
sounds
careful,
annoying.
I
though.
could do
With them
some hiking,
redheads,
that's
fair
okay.
skin, sunburn easy.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you
gotta
can't be
stay
taking
inside.
them hiking
Yeah.
and have them get torched out there in the sun.
Well, Pube Boy, I can feel people tuning out. I love your face. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'm very proud of you. Honestly, no, all jokes aside, we're proud of him that he's still got a job. He's are you sober or soberish? What's the...
Let's say soberish.
Soberish.
I think I lost a bet somewhere along the way. I think I owe you guys lunch because he still has a job.
All right, Pube Boy. Good for
all
you,
the
buddy.
haters, I still have a job.
Good for you, proving Drew wrong.
Go
Good.
get some. You keep it for another
Hold on,
month
Drew.
and you'll blow our minds.
Okay, well, stay tuned.
All right. It's all been a giant waste of time. Thank you,
All right.
Pube Boy.
Later, guys.
The one and only Mr. Pube, ladies and gentlemen.
Any woman's dream. I'm not doing a thing.
That's right.
Oh, you want a what? No.
Yeah.
Well, he seems like he's doing good.
He does seem happier. I will give him that. And that makes me happy to see
Yeah.
that he's headed in the right direction.
Baby steps.
You guys, how many Americans do you think have tattoos?
Ooh, 71%. Or, 68 to 71%. That's going to be my guess.
First off, you don't have any tats, right?
No, and so that's often a conversation topic. You know, you
Yeah.
go somewhere and they're like, about time you got one. No.
I'll tell people I don't have any tattoos, and I always get like a, really?
Yeah,
Like
I get the
for some
really.
reason they're surprised at me. Like my personality doesn't have a tattoo. I don't know why. Like is it the same for you?
Yeah, well, we've become the rarity now. And I don't know if some of them regret them, some of them don't, but blown away that we didn't
Dude,
at some point.
I want
stamp.
them. I want them on my arms. I've just been hesitant. I'm
But
scared.
you've been saying that for the better
20
part
years.
of 20 years.
Yeah, and I don't know that I'll ever do it. I mean, I'm 41.
Yeah.
Probably too late.
It
Have a
wa-
couple of years of it looking okay, and then it just shrivels up.
Yeah, and I don't know what many people in their 40s get a sleeve, but at least the ink would be fresh, right?
Casey,
It
how
wouldn't be
many
faded?
How many Americans do you think are have tattoos? Are
Man,
inked up?
I would say 65%.
65%. You guys went way high. Only 32% of Americans have a tattoo as attitudes are starting to shift.
Well, I based mine off of like when you're just out in public and how many do you see? And it feels like it's a lot.
I do see a lot, but we're also in Portland. It's a little...
Yeah, it's a little more alternative.
Right. About a third of Americans in the survey reported having at least one tattoo. I have 0. Drew has 0. Did I?
I would get, I see one on his
I've
arm.
got
You do.
several.
Have. What do you have?
Show him his arm.
Yeah,
your
I've
arm. He's got a fish on the
fish,
inside.
Got a Weber grill.
Oh, that looks terrible.
Got my family crest.
It's got a footprint. Is that your kid's
Yeah,
footprint?
I got the one I'm getting next week is a picture of your little brother right there on my shoulder.
Will also look terrible. The most commonly cited reason is honoring something or someone.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to say. That would be the only thing if somebody who I truly care about passed away.
Like if I died, you would get my face on your shoulder blades.
Dead center chest, right between my teeth.
Like right where Iron Man's little thing
Yeah,
is.
exactly. You would be my power source.
Drew's seen it. I've got the one on my side that's all about my grandparents.
Yeah, and that's
What is that?
totally
So,
cool.
yeah,
Let me see.
I've got a waitress and a Navy anchor and
Let me
some
see it.
boxing gloves.
Show it on the camera.
I don't want to show you.
Just show the camera.
All right.
It's like, that's going on the internet now.
By the way, Casey's wearing a Ramblin' Rod t-shirt.
Of course he is. One
Oh, that's
day
cool,
at a
dude.
time.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, my grandpa wore that on a necklace.
All right.
What, one day at a time?
Yeah, and then my grandma wore it after he passed away.
I like that motto. It's kind of like the "Don't worry, be happy." You'll find a way to get through it.
It's based in Alcoholics Anonymous, but I mean, it's true. I mean, that's why he wore it.
Well,
but,
it doesn't
but
ring as well
It
to me
was.
anymore.
I always remembered it. Like from the time I was a little kid, I remember that tag.
Well, there you go. You can see the video online at 1059thebrew.com. Also, overall, they say 8 in 10 say society has become more accepting of tattoos. I do believe
I
that.
think so.
Here for sure.
Right.
Like if Laura was sitting here right now, she has like 100 tattoos, and
Yeah.
never once.
And remember when we were kids and we'd see a tattoo on a face and we'd be like, what the hell are they thinking? There are people all over the place now with face tattoos. Like it's just a
Stars.
thing. Celebrities.
Weird.
Post Malone.
I still think it's a terrible idea, and my kids will be eating in a garage for the
yeah,
foreseeable
no,
future.
Post Malone looks like a taint.
Yeah.
But, he's still
accepted.
In regards to the sleeves, I feel like you're seeing more of those on like police officers. I feel like you're seeing more cops with a lot of tattoos.
That's scary. When I see a cop with a neck
Yeah.
tat, like a spider on his
He's
neck.
capable of anything.
Yeah.
That man's been through it.
Yeah. I'm already tasting the baton.
There's a lot of crazy stuff online today. I'll post this here in just a second. We played it earlier. Scientists have reconstructed a Pink Floyd song from brainwaves.
This is nuts.
It's like they're reading people's thoughts, and this is it. This is the audio of someone's thoughts. Do you recognize the Pink Floyd song, Casey?
Not really.
Stay in it.
I see. There's
see,
at least
I
there was
got
one
it
part
right
there
at the
that I
last
definitely heard it. And brick in the wall.
It's another brick in the wall because it's got. I mean, it's good enough to where we guessed it earlier, which means their brainwave machine is pretty good. Out of all the songs, the entire library, we were able to pull it out.
That's pretty creepy, you know? Like, it's just like, how in 100 years, what's this technology going to be like? Am I going to, I said this earlier, walk through the security line at the airport, and they're going to know what I'm thinking or what I had to eat or if I'm sad?
Yeah, it's going to be at the airport, and they're like, oh, man, that guy just thought I shouldn't have eaten that cheese.
Well, does it make the line move faster?
Or you're like, this guy's going to have diarrhea in about 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. He's very worried about where the bathrooms
I just think about that scanner in Total Recall. Remember when he walks in and you can see his skeleton?
Dude, I'm sure that it's going to get to a point where not even your thoughts are safe.
Yeah. What, Casey?
I was just going to say, as long as it makes the line move faster, then whatever.
Yeah.
Get to that
me
TSA
through.
line a little quicker.
Yeah, I would like to not have to put everything in the bin if they know I'm not going to,
Right.
set the place
You
on
know
fire.
my thoughts.
That's online at 1059thebrew.com. There are conspiracy videos going around right now saying that the Maui fire was started by space lasers.
Oh, space lasers.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Is that a space laser?
Yeah, that's it turning on. And this person's claiming it's a directed energy weapon attack.
Sounds a little like Zool from Ghostbusters.
Sounds like a bunch of bees.
Yeah, I don't believe any of
Space
that
lasers.
jazz.
Space lasers.
And why would you pick such a beautiful place? I mean, they burned down Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. Do you ever think about? I mean, it was a tragedy, but for like 6 minutes, it smelled so delicious.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
It is sad.
That was a good place. They had great food.
It's sad when you think about it.
R.I.P.
Yeah, there was a lot of famous restaurants that were taken down too. Was it
man.
Joe Walsh or somebody has a restaurant
Fleetwood.
there?
Yeah, Mick
Mick Fleetwood. That's who it was.
And his place, it looks like End of Days.
Yeah, he said it total loss.
He
So
said he
there's
was coming
nothing to
back and
say.
helping out, and they vow to rebuild. So
Yeah, I'm
That's good.
glad because that was such a beautiful area. That whole art walk and everything. They need to do it.
Also online at 1059thebrew.com, you can see our Donkey Show podcast. It's the show after the show, and we are now streaming video on the website. We've got a daily live stream rather.
Yeah.
We call it Tanner, Drew, and Laura Spy Cam. You can check out our blog to watch it right now. And you also can see daily clips from the show loaded to our social medias every single day. And that's at Tanner, Drew, and Laura or at 1059 The Brew.
Gang, gang.
Gang, gang, son.
That's right.
Speaking of gang, gang, Fat Thor's on the phone.
Woo! What's up, Brew Crew? Happy Fat Thursday.
Happy Fat Thor's Day.
Hey,
and
bud.
Gang, gang to you, good sir.
Gang, gang. I know we haven't had a Fat Thursday in a while, so I wanted to check in. Tell you everything's been great. I've been doing a lot of vacationing. And you guys on video, I love it. It's great. I can just tune in.
Why
I
are
can
you
just
doing a lot
watch
of
you guys
vacation?
now.
You didn't lose your job or anything, did you?
No, it's tail end of summer. I got to get out of town as much as possible.
Yeah, now he lives the life of a Rockefeller.
Yeah, every time because I follow him on Facebook or Instagram, and he's always out with his kid, like driving up and down the
Bringing
state.
the family too. I mean, you're feeding everybody on the road, just living the life.
Oh, it's the only way to live. And I'm super excited for the ultimate Fat Thursday next Thursday when I come in studio to do the Donkey Show with you guys.
That's right.
wow.
I did give him the green light that he could come in next Thursday. That may have been a huge mistake, but we'll find out.
Did he text you when you were having Coors Lights and he's in now?
Yeah, he was texting the Lazy Boy line, but I was like,
okay.
yeah, dude, come on in. I would love to
Fair
have him in.
enough.
I don't think we've ever had Fat Thor in the studio.
He is safe. We can at least we got
Yeah.
that.
Well, don't breathe too hard on my microphone over here.
Yeah, Casey's getting
Oh, I
accustomed.
will. And don't worry, Beefwater, you better be there because I got a special gift for you, buddy.
Oh, you give good gifts also, so that's a very intriguing.
I'm a giver. You guys know I'm a giver.
Yeah. Casey loves his pot, so if you bring him a joint,
Yeah, it's basically
I'll
what
take
he's
it.
asking for.
All right, Fat Thor. Happy
dude.
Fat Thor's Day to you.
Woo! Can't wait for next week. Happy Fat Thursday.
There he is.
All in, baby.
Fat Thor's Day. Hopefully, I have the energy for next week.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
when he
gonna-
comes in and I forget, like, oh, he's coming in today, son of a bitch.
He'll bring enough energy for all of you.
I know he's human Mountain Dew.
He'll bring us right to the surface.
Yeah,
if we're
he'll
if we're
be
low,
good.
he'll bring us up.
Sure, he'll be in a costume. It'll help.
So yeah, all right. What else? I think that's it, you guys.
That's it.
That does it for us. There's a lot of stuff we didn't talk about today, but we'll get to some of this in the Donkey Show podcast.
Nice.
Which is coming up next at 1059thebrew.com. Like how like the percentage of women that don't bring up concerning physical symptoms. How high or low do you think that is? Like, you know, there's a lot of guys who refuse to go to the doctor, or they just, you know, like the one guy called in and said he had a hernia for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got an aching testy for the
Yeah,
last 6
but
months.
I mean, isn't most of that financial? Like you put it off because you don't want the bill?
All right. Well, we'll share with you the percentage of women who refuse to bring up concerning physical symptoms and why they're doing it in the Donkey Show podcast. Let's see. We also have a bunch of talkback messages to get to, and I think that's it, you guys.
A big old pile of donk show. I'm ready.
Oh, this is a good story we'll tell you about this Florida man who was unsuccessful when he tried to rob a Wendy's and a bank.
Okay, a
Back
bank
to back.
and a Wendy's.
Didn't work out.
You got it. Hopefully, you got fed first.
Yeah, get
Have
some
the energy for
spicy nut.
the heist.
in the bag.
All right. Teresa's coming in next. She's got your chance to go to Las Vegas to see our iHeartRadio Music Festival, starring the Foo Fighters, Lenny Kravitz, Fall Out Boy, 30 Seconds to Mars, and many, many more at 1 p.m. this afternoon. And we're also going to premiere that new Guns N' Roses song all day long, too. So, bye.
Bye.